Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies file 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "It's the machines," or "The machines changed the votes," or "The voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pull the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
Guys, welcome to the program. I want to let you know you're going to want to make sure you don't pay attention to chat. See the topic we're going to cover? Prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. You've got to understand that as I do this very important series, the left is going to go nuts. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to try to bait you nonstop. They're going to try to bait you nonstop. Make sure you don't fall for that. I'll tell you why. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of do an educational session today. Okay. Here's how it's going to work. You may want to make sure you take notes. Okay. Now, when you take notes, I'm doing this so I can educate you on what has to happen. Very important on what has to happen. Okay. When you understand how all of this works, you're going to understand that many things that have happened in the media, okay? Many things that have happened in the media have been done purposely, and I'm also telling you about conservative media, have been done personally to make sure you don't understand what's going on. And what happens when that happens is people get very confused, can't figure out what's going on, okay? And that, well, I've got to tell you, see, that's the plan. That is the plan. And if you let them have that plan, if you let them do that, we lose. So as I do this, understand this is about not losing. Aren't you tired of losing? And so we're going to cover some very important facts. It's going to be in a totally different format than I normally do. And I'm going to try to do these in very short bites so everybody has it. Very short bites. Okay, let's go back to the 2020 election. First, let me give you a recap. And this is what you need to understand, because we've got to put it into this context so you understand what's going on. Okay? Number one, if you were to go back in time to the 2020 election, you would find out that there were approximately 64 lawsuits filed. 64. Okay? And out of those 64 lawsuits that were filed, what happened? Well, 20 of those cases immediately got dismissed on what is called merits, no merits, okay? They immediately got dismissed. After those 20 lawsuits got dismissed, there were another 30 lawsuits that actually did make their way through part of the process or some of the hearings or some of the review, but the court said, you have no standing. You're tired of hearing that, right? But you have no standing. So those additional 30 got dismissed. So now we're up to 50 out of 64. The remaining 14, although some say one was kind of a win for Trump and allies, what happened with the remaining 14 is that President Trump and or the people that were bringing the lawsuits on their own before anything was being heard decided to drop the cases. Now, that's the actual tally of what's going on. And what I'm doing is I'm going to do these in parts for you so you understand what's up. And in this part one, we're going to talk about prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. Now that you know the history, let's kind of unpack this. Now, you're going to see some things. I'm going to show you some video bits. I'm going to use them only as teaching moments because you have to understand what's going on in the context of what happened. This is what requires you to leave. And I've got to tell you this. You have to leave your opinion aside. Okay? You have to leave your opinion aside. So the very first thing I'm going to ask you, this is context to the 2020 election. It would be really good if you wrote this down. Here is the first theory I want you to consider. Okay? Let's say a mathematician. Okay? Let's say a mathematician looks at data and basically says, hey, I think the numbers don't look right in this election. And what I have done is I've just basically did reviews, and I reviewed data, and I am convinced that when I look at the data, that the election in 2020 was rigged. In fact, my math confirms this. Now, let me ask you a question. Even though if it's a wonderful math equation, is that evidence of criminal activity? Put it in chat. I'm just going to kind of do a few of these rapid fire. Is that evidence of criminal activity? Let's say it's the smartest mathematician in the world, a sheer math genius, looks at it and says, look at this. There's no possible way it could have happened. Okay. Because people will say, the numbers don't look right. And then they'll say numbers don't lie. Well, here's what you need to understand. That is not evidence. Bear with me for a moment. I'm going to show you why it's not evidence. See, we're sitting here trying to figure out after all this time why there have been no convictions. Why hasn't there been anything criminal? Why hasn't anything changed? And I'm going to unpack that for you. Because first, you have to understand the basis of the law. You have to understand the rules of evidence. I clicked the wrong one. Sorry about that. You have to understand the rules of evidence. Okay? The rules of evidence. So even if you had the smartest math person in the world come in and say, it just doesn't look right. I've done the math. I've run the math. It was an algorithm, and therefore it was fraud. Now, the court cannot accept that. I'm going to explain to you in a moment why they can't. Now let's do it once removed. Let's say another mathematician comes in and says, well, I took the 2014 census, and I took public records data. And I took one county in Michigan, and I looked at the numbers, and I ran the numbers, and I discovered a super secret 6-degree feature running. And therefore, I can tell you the election was stolen. In fact, not only was it stolen, it was all stolen in 3,300 counties. And I'm a mathematician. I'm studying this. And that's it. Again, that's your number 2 scenario. Is that court allowed valid evidence? Yes or no? Is it court allowed valid evidence? Well, the first thing you should understand is that's just based on someone's theory. Theory is not allowed in court. Remember, you have to have proof. You've probably heard the term proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So you can't have any theory involved. There's one caveat on theory I'm going to share with you. Let's go to the next one. Let's say you did exit polls. Okay. Now, remember what we're doing. We're only discussing in this part one prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. That's it. Okay. So you had deployed a team of thousands. You stood outside the election polling places. As you were standing outside of the election polling places, you took a poll. You started interviewing people about who did you vote for, how'd you vote, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you went back and you ran that mathematical formula, and you find, well, it's not really jiving with what you think. In fact, it looks like more people voted a different way than what the polls are saying. Follow me? Is that court allowable evidence? Exit poll surveys. Is that court allowable evidence? Well, no. Now, why is that not? You can have let's just say you have the top pollster in the world, the top political pollster in the world. Why is that not evidence? The fact is, it's speculative, but if you were to do the same poll the same way a few hours later, almost guaranteed you would get different answers. You would certainly get them in different order. Now, what you understand there is it's still theory, and it's not reproducible. We're going to teach you in a moment about what is the standard for reproducible evidence. I'm going to give you, let's say, 4 more. You have a video. The video's late at night. A white van pulls up. That white van starts unloading what suspiciously looks like ballot boxes. And they take out box after box after box after box of what looks like ballots after ballots after ballots after ballots. Now you say, that is, oh my God, look at that fraud. You ask the people who ran the election, they said that was our late night pizza delivery. Now you have video evidence. It's on video. You can clearly see it. Is that evidence of a crime? Is that evidence of a crime? Put it in chat. This is so very important for you to understand. Well, the reality is that is not evidence of a crime. And the key word is looks like. Let's go to the next one. Somebody, let's say it's the most fantastic, incredible, impeccable tech CEO, superstar, code with one hand tied behind his back CEO. And he says, I was on a call, an Antifa call on Zoom. In fact, I infiltrated it and they didn't know I was there. And on that line was one of the voting executives, I think, And he said, don't worry about Trump. We made sure he's not going to win. Is that allowable evidence in court? And is it evidence of a crime? Yes or no? Put it in chat. Well, obviously on that one, it's hearsay because there's no evidence of the call, based on assumption that it was this person on the call themselves, and that, well, what they says, don't worry about Trump, we've taken care of it. Now, is that evidence, court allowable evidence, that something stole the election? Some of these look really cool. You lead to believe it is. Okay. Let's say you're watching TV and you're watching the ticker tape go by. And all of a sudden, your candidate gets 100,000 votes taken away, and damned if the other candidate doesn't get 100,000 votes put into their category. Is that evidence of a crime? Yes or no? Put it in chat. Now I'm going to show you two videos. Let's watch them, and you tell me if this is evidence of a crime. Let me set up the first one. You're watching election officials, and they are tearing up receipts that come from the machine, and somebody's observed this. They're tearing up receipts that come from the machine. Now, I want you to watch this and tell me, this is the evidence you have. Is this evidence of a crime?
You throw away unidentifiable tapes.
Because they're unidentifiable. There's no way they could,
But it's been that way since the November election, so why would you throw anything away? Because you have to save it for 22 months.
Well, let's put it this way. Yes, there are tapes that are being tossed, but they are of no audit value.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
You throw away unidentifiable tapes.
Because they're unidentifiable. There's no way they could,
But it's been that way since the November election, so why would you throw anything away? Because you have to save it for 22 months.
Well, let's put it this way. Yes, there are tapes that are being tossed, but they are of no audit value. And it's...
Okay. Somebody observing says, you're tearing up unidentifiable tapes. The guy who's supposedly responsible for it says, yeah, I'm tearing them up. Is that a crime? No. Now, you may say it's deliberate misconduct, but what that actually is that's called maladministration. Now, why is it maladministration? Even though he gave an excuse, there's no audit value. Well, the reason it's not a crime is because there is no crime in tearing up things that the person who runs the election says that really has nothing to do with the election. So you didn't witness a crime, but you did witness potentially maladministration, meaning they just didn't handle it the right way. Now, why is that? Yeah, that's right. They didn't follow procedure. Now, why is that inadmissible in court? You saw something wrongly administered, but what I'm asking is, what is prosecutable criminal evidence in elections? It looks bad. You're right. It looks suspicious. You're right. In fact, that guy might be a rat bastard. Who knows? Nobody knows. We don't know him. You don't know him. But let's just say he is. Is that prosecutable criminal evidence in elections? We're going to get back to it because I'm going to close each of these up. I'm going to show you another one. Somebody's sitting there and they're doing a Ruby. Rerunning, and rerunning. Watch. Okay. Is that was intentional? That was intentional. That was a human doing it. I'm watching what you're saying. Somebody says, oh my God, that's a crime. Somebody say, devious bitch. Is that a crime? Is that prosecutable criminal evidence in elections? You might be surprised to find out it's not. Now, I'm going to explain to you why these things are not allowable as prosecutable criminal evidence, even though you can see some of the stuff with your own eyes, right? And I know all of you are getting, and we can't do should be. We cannot do should be. I know you should, but here's the deal. Stop shoulding on yourself. Let me just ask you a simple question. Ready? Michelle says, would that be identity theft? Let me just ask you a question. Whose ballot was it? She's technically voting in somebody else's name. Okay, great. Whose ballot was it? Other people's. Well, obviously, she's sitting there and she's not 300 people. Whose ballot was it? Kind of screwed up, isn't it? What we're doing in this series is I want you to separate the emotion. I want you to separate what anybody has told you, because you know what? You don't know. Who knows? Our ballots are voted in secret. They could no more tell you whose that ballot was or not. She certainly can't. I'm going to give you a second way to look at these. But first, I want to explain to you, this is why we lose court cases. And I know this makes your blood boil. I'm not even showing you all we've collected. But what we have to do is, and this is what we've tried to teach on, you must understand the difference between how all these things happen. Because, see, what we really want is we want prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. That's why I'm doing part one of this, to help you understand what does it take to get prosecutable evidence where we can stop all of these nefarious activities from happening in our elections. Now, the first thing you need to understand is when it comes to any of the machines, right? Any of the machines, all of the systems are voluntary. All of the rules are voluntary, and the federal government cannot mandate it down to the state level. Now, just kind of set that aside for a moment. What courts demand, what they need is evidence over interpretation. Big thing. Evidence over interpretation. You can present evidence, and with evidence, then you can present your interpretation. Understand how that works. The court demands evidence over interpretation. You can get to the interpretation phase if you have the evidence. Then it will allow your interpretation. Now, in courtrooms, what they need first and foremost is tangible proof. Tangible proof. Now, here is the definition in court standards of tangible proof. Number one, physical documents. Number two, forensic test. Number three, witness testimony of firsthand observations. Period. Those are considered tangible proof in the court's eyes. What is considered interpretation? Interpretation is theories about what this evidence means. Now, here's the deal. In courtroom rules, you can only present your interpretation once the evidence has been presented. Let me say that again. The court only allows the interpretation once the evidence has been presented. If we were doing it in this forensics, we have a bullet casing. It was used in this murder. The expert witness comes in, you've seen it, forensic files, and an expert testifies, this bullet was found at the scene. Here's the chain of custody. Here's where we picked it up. We didn't do anything to it. It's exactly as it was written. Here's the chain of custody. Here are the tests I did to it. We didn't change it in any way. Here's our affidavit. And we are matching it to the person's gun. Here is their gun. Here's the chain of custody. We fired a bullet through said gun. Here is our procedure. Here is our chain of custody. We looked at whether it be, in this case, the strike of the hammer, right? Here it is. And here's our test, and they match and blah, blah, blah. You do follow what I'm saying? That is interpretation phase that is allowed in court. You must have the physical evidence. And based on the physical evidence being presented properly, then you are allowed to present an expert's opinion. Now, let me ask you a question. In all of these cases that we have been through, okay, in all of these cases we have been through, what is the common denominator? Well, you probably noticed there's a disconnect in every single thing that was presented in the 2020 election as evidence. What was presented was interpretations. I think the bad guy was on the phone. I think it was the same bad guy that runs the company for voting. I think he's a bad guy because he posts nasty stuff. I don't like him. He's a meanie. And he said, don't worry, we're going to take care of Trump. That is an interpretation. Even, I'm going to show you this video. Okay. I'm going to play this one more time.
You throw away unidentifiable tapes.
Because they're unidentifiable. There's no way they could,
But it's been that way since the November election, so why would you throw anything away? Because you have to save it for 22 months.
Well, let's put it this way. Yes, there are tapes that are being tossed, but they are of no audit value. And it's...
Okay. That video looks rather damning. Now, let's say we're going to go to court on that evidence. Okay? And it looks really bad, doesn't it? Damned if we don't have firsthand eyewitness and video evidence. Firsthand eyewitness and video evidence. Now, why is that at the court level? And I hear what you're saying, Michelle. This is judicial insurrection. Judges have not held the oath of office. That's what everybody's telling you. I would ask you to slow down a bit. And just hear this out just for a minute.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
And just hear this out just for a minute. They're on camera. There's other video of the person just tearing it up, putting it in a trash can. Now, why is this not meeting the threshold of actual evidence. See, this is where what we all have to understand. This is what we all have to understand when we look at any so-called evidence presented to us. Now, ready? I'm gonna give you a formula. Here we go. The formula by the court is that what you present as evidence must be testable, objective, and reliable. Reliable means repeatable. Ready? Testable, objective, and reliable. Now, let me ask you a question. I want you to answer honestly. No emotions here. You're sitting in court. A first-hand witness says they were tearing up things that shouldn't have been tore up. They rigged the election. I got them on tape. Okay. We have one piece of physical evidence. What is it in this case? One piece of physical evidence in this. Well, we technically have two. We have a person whose jurat, under penalty of law, will say this is what happened. And then we have a video. But there is still one piece of evidence missing. What is that piece of evidence? Well, at the lowest hanging fruit here is, do you know what was torn up? Answer honestly. What was tore up?
You throw away unidentifiable tapes.
The person who says this is fraud admits right at the beginning, you're throwing away unidentifiable tapes.
You throw away unidentifiable tapes.
Let's hear that again as evidence.
You throw away unidentifiable tapes.
Okay. What was on the unidentifiable tapes? Of course, that lady can testify. But I just told you, you got to pay attention. The court allows an expert's opinion and a witness opinion as long as there is physical, testable, objective, and reliable evidence. What was on the tapes? Now, the first thing that would happen in court, because nobody knows, the person bringing the charge basically says they're unidentifiable. Now, she's using a visual to identify it. You know, like your little gas station receipts, right? They're tapes. They come from the machines. Now, let's look for the second right answer. Outside, well, you 100%, you got to confirm your belief. That's why it's physical, right? You got to confirm your belief. Now, what should she have done? I can tell you what I would have done in that scenario. When that thermal paper and stuff was tore up, I would have went and got that trash bag. Because that's the evidence. There is no chain of custody here. There is not an existing chain of custody on what's discarded. If she had shaved the shreds, then there would have been something. But the video is evidence of her saying it's unidentifiable stuff and the supervisor saying, yeah, we don't have to keep those. Now, in a court of law, who does, by law, the court defer to when you have opposing ideology of what happened? Who do they defer to? The person who was in charge. By default, they're charged with running election. They are the hereby appointed expert. Therefore, they get the last word. And they say, it was just trash paper. Can you prove it? There's no chain of custody on trash. See, you're making a qualified leap that had something to do with the ballots. In fact, people posting this video tell you it has something to do with the ballots. Even if it is official stuff, and that is the official, at the most you have is they didn't follow the rules, it's maladministration, and he's subject to a $1,000 fine. What is the topic of this program? Prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. Now, if she would have grabbed them from the trash, other experts could have looked at the shreds, could have reassembled them, could have put them back together with the best of their knowledge, and they could have seen if it was just junk or test runs. You know, they test each printer. Do you think they just start putting out ballots and hope the printers work? No. Do you think they make sure the papers run through and it spits out about a foot or two and they check the character, whatever? Kind of like when you adjust your printer at home and you do a test run and it prints all the gobbledygooks and lines and you see it's right. There you go. But see, nobody knows. So would a court accept this video as prosecutable criminal evidence? The answer is no. The answer is no. Now, let's say she did we're going to follow this linear thought because we're trying to get prosecutable criminal evidence. Let's say this person was smart enough to go back and grab that trash bag, and she had it. And in fact, it was real ticker tapes from the election. Okay? And she can prove it was ticker tapes from the election. She's got them hands down. They were tearing up the actual ticker tapes from the elections. Okay? Any judge in the world, if they were honest, would dismiss all of this stuff. I am taking you through this. This has nothing to do with bad judges. This has nothing to do with bad judges. If you don't start accepting procedure, you're always going to go off on a wild goose chase and you're going to blame others. But see, what you're not doing is blaming the people that have put this con on you. So stop blaming Obama, stop blaming judges, and pay attention. We've got to get past this infection that was put in people's brains. Now, listen. She went back. She got the trash bag. She put the pieces together, and damn, they are receipts from the machines during the election. Is it a prosecutable criminal evidence now? Yes or no? Is it prosecutable criminal evidence now? No. That is because under U.S. Code 52-1984, 42-1974, right? Because you say, yeah, that's a crime. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not a crime. Let me tell you why it's not a crime. Because you have to look at what happened. You got to stop looking at people's opinion. You have to look at what happened. Ready? You have the paper in hand. If you'll pause, you'll get it. Put your anger aside. You can't learn if you're pissed. You got to have an open mind. Now, let's say she put together the receipts, and they are tapes from the election. Is that proof of a prosecutable criminal act? In actuality, no. Let me tell you why. At most, it's a misdemeanor, which may carry a $1,000 fine, may carry up to a year in jail. But it's not an election crime. It's a preservation of records crime. Hear me out. It is not an election crime. It is a preservation of records crime. But can you find what really happened? Could you find out what really happened? Answer it in chat, yes or no. Can you find out what really happened? Now, what you witnessed is statistically, if she could prove it, she can't, but statistically, it's maladministration, not a crime. Not a crime. How could you prove if this was a crime? Michelle, all the rules are voluntary on the machines. We're focusing on the paper. Destroying the records is a misdemeanor. It's a crime, but it's a misdemeanor. Are we going to change any of this on misdemeanors? No, we got to go for the big stuff. So let's say we had this, we got that. How can we make the leap to a prosecutable, hard-nosed, knock off the shit crime? You don't have to prove malice. In fact, what you have so far, good point, you can't improve malice. We've had the destroying records rules on the books for 30 years. In 30 years, it hasn't moved the needle. It's not going to move it now. But I asked you a question, and I want you to be serious. What would it take to prove the crime? What would it take to prove the crime? What would it take to prove the crime? It can be proven if it was a crime. What does it take? Come on, folks. What does it take? Stop throwing out theories. Stop throwing out emotions. Stop throwing out intent, right? We don't know if it was intent to destroy the evidence. We don't know if a crime's committed yet. We know a misdemeanor has happened. We're looking for crimes. We're looking for crimes. We're looking for crimes. There you go, BitJeg. Check the ballots. Now, let's play this back. Let's say you saw those tapes being tore up. Let's say she videotaped it. Now she got who did it. Let's say she got that trash bag, okay? Let's say she got that trash bag and she put together the tickets, and it sure enough, sure as shit, it was tickets from the machine. We got maladministration. But if you had the ballots, and now you can go back to the ballots, and now there's two different crimes that occur. Do you know what they are? First off, if the things tore up were a different ticket than what the machine said, and you put them together, quit saying change the law. Focus. I'm trying to get you to understand the law. You put them back together, and you have the ballots. and you find out those ballots represented on the torn up tickets did in fact go in. And you would match those by the EMS and the CVRs. I'm not going technical on you, but let's just say you did it and you found out that those tapes did actually represent things that went through the machine. Okay? And you're right, she didn't get the thing, so it's a moot point, but I'm trying to teach you to understand what it takes. So now, by checking the ballots, right, you find out those were actual tapes from the machines, and they do represent ballots that were run through the machine, but for some reason, they tore up the receipts. Is that prosecutable criminal evidence? It just pisses me off when people practice law but don't understand the law. And people that practice law and think they've got it figured out miss the whole point of what's going on and why they do it this way, because you just can't pause. Is that prosecutable criminal evidence of an election crime? She has video. She's a firsthand witness. Her witness affidavit is evidence. The videotape is evidence. She's got the guy on camera so she knows who did it. She went and got the trash. She put it back together. Yes, they were tapes from the machine. Okay. They were tapes from the machine. And you find out those tapes represented ballots run through the machine. Do you have a prosecutable criminal act? No. Don't hate the messenger. Do you know why you don't have a prosecutable criminal act? This is how nitty-gritty it gets, folks. This is how freaking nitty-gritty it gets. You got video. You've got a firsthand witness testimony. You've got them admitting they did it, although they say it was just trash. You took the trash. You put together the receipts. Holy shit, it was actual ballots that were run into the machine. Do you have a prosecutable election crime? No. Now, do you know why no? Because you still got this guy in there that's going to say, must have been an accident. I thought it was trash. I had a boo-boo. At most, that fellow will get, for sure, the $1,000 fine. And may even with that get a year in jail. But is it prosecutable criminal evidence? Well, how do you find the prosecutable criminal evidence? It's there. You can get prosecutable criminal election crime evidence from this, but what would it take? That's right. You would need to show the tape with the ones that run through. Then you've got to jump to the CVR and the EMS. You compare date timestamps machines. You've got to show that those went in, but where it becomes the criminal election crime is it replaced something else and was not the actual ballot. But that's not the last hurdle. See, you have to show what happened to that ballot then. Now, if that ballot is missing, you need the paper, you need the CVR, you need the EMS. If that ballot is missing, it's not even chain of custody yet. We've already passed chain of custody. You're going to have a chain of custody. Now, let's say you find it in the CVR. There it is. Now, it's either going to be missing or it's going to be adjudicated. Let's say you find that it's missing. Let's say you find that it was adjudicated. Do you have a prosecutable? You've now found the ballot. Do you have a prosecutable election crime? Yes or no? Do you have a prosecutable election crime? Yes or no? No. You have another maladministration crime, which can still be a misdemeanor. Now, here's why you have to understand. Now you have a ballot. Now it's there. It might not have been there, or it's really there. Might have changed, might not have changed. Where does the election crime get committed? When is the bona fide, irrefutable election crime committed? Stop guessing, folks. Focus. If you're guessing, you're trying to fill in the blanks I'm going to do for you anyway. Stop guessing. Stop guessing. Stop guessing. Stop guessing. When does it become a bona fide, certified election crime? Somebody says when the vote's cast. No. It becomes a certified election crime when the election is certified. When the election officials take that fraudulent ballot, let's say, and they certify it. That's the crime. Because in that move, if they certify it, what do you have? Intent. They used it, they certified it. Do you understand how the law works? Now, the reason this is this way is you've got to be very thorough in understanding how do you catch these people. Now, I want to let you know, this is what we did in the full forensic audit in Arizona. When we did the full forensic audit in Arizona, I want to let you know, we processed 20,895,610 digital forensic images. Those digital forensic images produced 208 million individual evidence proof files. We processed over 58 billion forensic measurements. 58 billion. We did over 2 trillion individual base computations, and we can track it from the time the ballot was printed, mailed, or handed to the person all the way through the process to the end ballot.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
The ballot was printed, mailed, or handed to the person all the way through the process to the end ballot. Now, let me ask you a question. In order to process 20,985,610 digital forensic images to even do the work, and here's what you're wrong about. You don't have to find the person that did it. But when you do it forensically, the people who did it automatically reveal. How do you actually get to the point that you can process 20,895,610 digital forensic images? Come on, it's a very easy layup. How do you even get to that point? Tell me how. Tell me how. Come on, folks. It's not a trick question. How do you even get to the point that you can even process that? How do you get to it? Don't guess what it is. Just how do you think you can get to that point? How do you get to the point, right, that you can even process that? You have the ballot. See, what you have to understand is there is no other way to be able even to process 20,895,610 forensic images, which created an additional 208 million individual evidence proof files that processed over 58 billion forensic measurements that did over 2 trillion individual base comparisons. If you don't have the ballots, and if you think there's a watermark, you got left behind 5 years ago. Look at all the stuff that has even come up, even in this one discussion, right? All over the place. See, it's our understanding of the law and our diving in to understand the law, not believing experts, but believing irrefutable physical evidence that the court requires. You have to have testable, objective, reliable, repeatable evidence. Every bit of those billions, every number I gave you, 20,895,610 digital images, can be reprocessed. Every one of the 208 million individual evidence proof files can be inspected and duplicated. Every one of the 58 billion forensic measurements can be repeated. Every one of the 2 trillion individual base computations can be done and re-verified. Let's don't should over ourselves. Should there be a watermark? Let's don't should over ourselves. This is where we get distracted. I'm only trying to teach you what prosecutable criminal evidence is in elections. And there are certain things you have to have, you must have, in order to prove the crime and get it shut down forever. Now, let me ask you a question. You're in a court of law. On one side of the aisle, you have a person that says, I infiltrated an Antifa call. They didn't know I was there. Sorry, I don't have a recording or transcription. I don't really know who's on it. But I think this guy was on it, and I think he's the head of security for the voting company. And I looked at his Facebook, and he's a bad dude. And he said, don't worry about Trump. We've taken care of Trump. Now, that's one side you have over here. Okay? On the other side, you have, if it pleases the court, you can rerun all 20,895,610 digital forensic images. You can look at the individual 208 million individual proof files, and inside or outside with our systems or duplicate the systems, you can copy the same 58 billion forensic measurements we did in the 2 trillion computations, and the numbers will come out the same. And by the way, it's the information the state gave us. So when we look at the information and we look at what the state gave us and we find this, and by the way, they certified the election, it wasn't true. Which one stands up? Which one stands up? Which one stands up in a court of law? Put it in chat. Which one stands up in a court of law? Which one is prosecutable criminal evidence? Which one? What the court requires. There you go. It's what the court requires, period. It is what the court requires. In order for the court to even accept it, it has to be repeatable, testable, objective, reliable, period. And then once that can be done, then the experts who did it get to say, this is what happened. But the court has to be able to test it. Okay, I'm going to give you another one. Get ready. Let's see what you've learned. You ready? You ready? Let's watch this again. Tell me where the crime occurs. There's a crime here, but I want you to tell me when it occurs. Right, somebody's saying, hang on. I don't want you to be misfed. Somebody's saying, well, Judge Thomas in Arizona, he just ignored the proof and wouldn't allow the proof. That's not true. That's not true. But I saw Judge Thomas on TV and he didn't allow the truth. He just kicked it out. No. Our proof wasn't presented, and the experts that were there weren't experts with physical, duplicatable, repeatable evidence. It was all opinion. This evidence, the evidence we have, Mike Lindell's team did not allow to be presented. And yes, the courts will see this evidence. You got to remember, the funder of the lawsuit that pushes it. You must remember that. Get ready. Watch and tell me where the crime occurred. Put it in chat when you see it. You're going to see a lot of crap like this promoted as actual evidence of a crime. I've got a question for you. Running them twice, you said was the crime, right? Running them twice was, you said, the crime. Okay, so let me ask you a question. What did she rerun? It's officially gone through now. Wrong. What did she run through? Put it in chat. What did she run through? Watch it again. I'm going to play it for you again. Now, I know you're saying the guy behind her didn't catch it, the people didn't pay attention. You're not paying attention. Because, see, I'm asking you to watch her. Pay attention. Okay. Some of you are saying when she messes with the machine. Some you said, well, she's changing the counter. I want to do a different drill. I want you to watch the lady in the bottom right corner who's doing the same job. Watch her. Okay, so William Jack says fake ballots. Prove it. You notice the woman in the bottom was doing exactly the same thing. And if you know how ballots work, you know that they're usually in stacks of 200. Think about a ream of paper size. And they were running multiple reams. So now let's look for the second right answer before we get to the crime. Because remember, I'm trying to help you understand what is a prosecutable criminal evidence. So she's doing the same thing. See, but you reply it's the same shit. You know why you reply it's the same shit? Because you think she actually did something criminal. So let me ask you a question. Did you witness a crime? You've got video, so you got a videotape of it. You've got somebody who says, as an expert, when I look at this, I see them rerunning ballots. Did she commit a crime? That is what I'm asking. Was there a crime committed there? Now, in reality, you only think it's wrong because you read the words on the screen. But did you witness a crime? Was there anything irregular about people in a back room having ballots? Yes or no? And by the way, it's not a crime if they scanned them twice. This is why I'm working on this with you. This is why I'm working on this with you. It's a scan. It's a crime. She scanned it twice. Let's unpack that. Let's unpack that. Number one, nobody there witnessed a crime. What they witnessed was what looks like multiple scannings of the same ballots over and over. Can we agree with that?
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
Number one, nobody there witnessed a crime. What they witnessed was what looks like multiple scannings of the same ballots over and over. Can we agree with that? Okay. So there is a crime. I'm going to tell you where the crime is. I'm going to get you to the crime. That's not my video. I didn't put those words on that video. That's the video it's circulating that tells you it's crime. I'm trying to teach you to win election lawsuits and get these criminal rat bastards to stop. Some people say, well, no charges against her, so no crime. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with it. But you're being told that is a crime. Well, let me first inform you of the first thing. Right? And yes, Joe Hoff at the Gateway Pundit wrote those words. Has he ever audited an election? No. No. Did you witness a crime? See, the fact of the matter is you nor the court knows. Why don't you not know? Because, see, legally, those ladies were following procedure. Let me change the circumstance to you. See, you really don't know. But see, this kind of stuff is used to rile you up. This kind of stuff is used to piss you off. This kind of stuff is to say, well, look, and here it is, and whatever. She's not folding them. What she did, she was straightening the crease because some of them were folded so they would feed into the machine properly. That's it. Is that a crime? No. Not having 2 Republicans and 2 Dems there, if they don't, doesn't make it a crime. That's not against the law. It's recommended, not law. Folks, let's get down to the law. You want this to stop. And if you don't even know what it takes to clear the hurdle for a court of law, how is this going to stop? But you believe that's a crime because somebody put on it, it's a crime. Look, it's a crime. Look, it's a crime. Look, let me ask you a question. What makes you think that when she scanned those ballot ends, it went to the management files? Somebody actually wants to know what religion I am. Look at those statues. I'm a very high-end collector of Asian art because I love it. Do you want to know my religion? I'm a Messianic Jew. Did that seal the case for the court? Or did you get distracted? Let me ask you a question. When those ballots were scanned, did they drop into the election management system? Yes or no? Who cares if the other girl was playing for a cell phone? Hell, she could have been Monica Lewinsky under the desk doing the dirty deed with Clinton. Did that change anything? No. When these were scanned, did they drop in to the election management system? Michelle, I asked you the question to answer your question. Did these drop into the election management system? Do you know if these dropped in to the election management system, yes or no? Do you realize how many people? She pressed the send button. She pressed the send button. Okay, let's watch her press the send button. Somebody pointed out to me her pressing the send button. Oh, you mean somebody said on the screen something? And so can we focus on what I'm trying to teach you? See, the answer is you don't know. You don't know. You don't know if she sent them anywhere. You don't know if they dropped into the election management system. You don't fucking know if they went to Serbia or whatever. The fact of the matter is, you don't know. Did you witness a crime? Did you witness an election crime? Yes or no? Did you witness an election crime? No, you didn't.
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies filed 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "it's the machines," or "the machines changed the votes," or "the voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or 6-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pulled the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
By the way, I want to thank all of you who support our work. The reason we're doing this is because every one of these things we show you, we have the documentation on, can track it all the way through. People that we thank you very much for your support. By the way, you'll see a URL at the bottom of the screen. This is what protects this evidence, etc. Thank you for your support. Thank you guys for going to Save the Evidence 2020. This is why I'm doing this drill. Here's the answer. You don't know where that went. You don't know where that went. What if I told you that wasn't the tally station? What? What if that wasn't the tally station where it actually goes into the EMS? Why could people be scanning? Why could they scan multiple times? Oh, maybe they have to reconfirm their counts for state requirement of what they call audits. And they say we do an audit of everything. And what they really audit is just how many ballots went through. And what if they're taking those batches and all they're really doing is trying to get a count of how many ballots were in that batch, and they run it through 3 times to reconfirm that count before they sign on the piece of paper, which most of them have to do. Let me phrase that again. What if these stations is where they take all of the ballots? Now they have to do what they call an audit. They say they audit them as they're doing it. And so what happens is they rerun them and all they're really getting is a count. And then if they rerun them and you see this pattern, watch their hand movements after they rerunning, and then they turn around, they write something, and they move on. It happened in both stations. What if this is just the physical paper recount stations, which they do as part of their compliance to say they audited it? Was that a crime? Was that a crime? No. It was actually evidence they did their job according to protocol, if in fact that's what happened. Do you understand the difference? Now, how would we find a crime? If those ballots went in and they were overscanned 3 or 4 times, and then it went to the election management system, and then they were counted as legit ballots, crime number 1. And if the state certified it as legal counts in the final count, crime number 2. Did you see any of that on screen? Did you see any of that in that video? What rabbits are you chasing? What squirrels? Well, a guy went out the back. A guy did this. She had her phone. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm trying to teach you. Put your phone down. None of that matters. What matters is this is floating around as evidence. Now, how would you find out? That video is not evidence of a crime. We are looking for prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. All they have to say is that's the procedure of our recount. You've got to connect it. You've got to connect that piece of paper all the way through. From the time it was printed, or mailed, or received, or deposited, or envelope open, all the way through the system. And you know what? One of the things they have to do, they have to recount these things numerous times over. But somebody put in a video that you were witnessing a crime, who has never audited an election. I want you to think about that. Because see, here's what happens. Just like the media crapped in our cranium all this time and was fake and doing CIA propaganda and stuff, conservative media is shitting in your brain. The fact of the matter is, you don't know where that went. You actually don't even know what it was. You assume it's a ballot. You were told it was recounting over and over. All of that is nonsense, noise, distraction, BS. Now, if you had that physical ballot and you had the original copy and you matched it to a tally station and you matched it to that act and you matched it to the date timestamp server machine, you watched it drop into the EMS, you've got it in the cast vote record, you've got the before image, the pre-image, the post-image, the adjudication file, and this, and then they counted them, and yes, they counted all of them as votes, and they weren't, and then it got certified, then you got a crime. That's all the Arizona audit did. It's the only place in the world where this has happened, period. Every single ballot can be tracked through the system. From the time it was printed to how it went through. It's the only place that happened. This is the whole point. This is how the system deceived you. All we're doing here is I'm trying to teach you what is evidence, what is not. There is a complete difference between evidence and interpretation. Now, the bottom line is you have to have supporting evidence. Now, what would be supporting evidence if that was a crime? You would have one original ballot, And if we just took what they said there, here's what you would have. 3 times in a system, a pre, a post, an EMS drop. So 3 times 3 is 9. You'd have 9 more pieces of evidence. You'd have the drop in the EMS. You would show that it was counted to a magnitude of 3. Then it would go over here and the county certified it, or the supervisor certified it. Then the county certified it. Then the governor certified it. Get it? Do you have that? In that scenario, do you have that? See, this is why I explained at the beginning of the program, 64 out of 64 cases went nowhere. Because it became a social media headline grabbing exercise. That's not how we win. There's only one team in the world that has in that all of that evidence chain. It's damning. It's through the roof. Watch my special on locals. I go through just one segment. Just one segment. Every piece through the line, every way. Oh, by the way, you know what we know? Who handled it? Who touched it? Who put it in the machines? Who couriered it? Who certified it? Names. The only place in the world. Nothing on theory. Nothing on theory. Because the courts do not allow theory. You wouldn't accept it in a case against you. Well, I found this dead dog in the street and my neighbor's an asshole. I saw him yell at the dog one time. He went and killed it. He stomped it. He stomped its head and killed it. Is that evidence? Would you even accept this in your life? If you were fighting for your child's life or your own life, would you accept it? You see, you got to understand, yes, there are rules. And you think the judges don't pay attention to the rules. The difference is what was presented as evidence. If data went to China, is that evidence of a crime? If evidence went to China, is that evidence of a crime? No. Why? You would have to show, here's what it started, it went to China, it became something else, here's where it came back, here's how we prove it changed, and here's how they certify it. Nobody's done that, but you've believed a lot of crap. Let me ask you a question. In 2024, the election was saved because 30 Serbian top-notch hackers made sure President Trump won and stopped the changing of the votes. What's wrong with that statement? And you're being told that. You're being told that by Emerald Robinson and others. 30 top-notch hackers made sure, stopped the vote changing, made sure President Trump won. What's wrong with that statement? There was no evidence of anything going to China, so don't go from there. Ready? 30 cyber experts made sure President Trump won. They stopped the changing of the votes. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you have the ability to stop a crime. How do you stop the crime? Well, you have to go to where the crime's committed to stop it, don't you? Our data does not go to China. I know you've been told that, but okay. Nobody ever pays attention that when the PCAPs were supposed to be evidence to the court, it said, well, we really never had them. Okay? If you want to stop a crime, you've got to go to where the crime stops. So let's say you know that bank robbers are going to go rob a bank and you have inside information and you were going to try to stop it, well, you got to go to the court or whatever the case may be, right? Well, you'd have to prove to them your evidence is good. Am I right? But for anybody to stop that crime, what are they going to do? They're going to go there in person. That's the first thing. But let's say this crime, what the robbers are going to do, they're going to rob the bank very uniquely. They're going to try to hide it. They're going to go into the bank. They're going to take the real money and they're going to replace it with counterfeit money so nobody knows. Because, see, that's what you have to believe somebody was doing in our voting machines for super hacker Serbian yada, 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 yada. To even intercept the crime of the 24 election, they had to know where it was going to occur. Or they had to be inside all 3,000 plus counties, all 175,000 voting precincts. They have to be there observing it. Oh, you didn't think about that. So what gave them access to over 3,000 counties and 175,000 voting precincts? So first you have to hop that hurdle.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
Secondly, if they made sure that none of Trump's votes were changed, why didn't they do that to the down ticket? See, the down ticket kept on counting for 60 days. Why did it have to do that if hackers stopped it? Why'd they only look at Trump? Why'd we lose so many seats? Oh, they were only trying to rig the presidential election. Horseshit. Oh, by the way, if in fact they stopped it, then you have to basically go, oh, they saw it. They knew where to go. They saw the change. They intercepted the program that was changing it. They stopped it, made sure only the real ballot went through. But none of them have proof of this. That would be the most excellent proof in the world, wouldn't it be? Holy shit, 30 top-notch hackers are in the system, watched 3,000 counties, 175,000 polling places, saw the ballots being cast coming in, saw some malicious software actors come in, change the vote. Now they know who those bad actors are because we got them. We got the digital footprint. We watched them change the numbers. Hell, we recorded it all. We need this evidence. We made sure that one didn't go through because we wanted to make sure President Trump won. Well, see, that's called a chain of evidence. That would be the biggest news in the world. It would actually stop 100% of this right now. President Trump, with a stroke of a pen, could shut it all down on that one. Where is it? Oh, we can't tell you who these 30 people are. But they did it. They single-handedly saved the election. See, the difference is people don't know what to call bullshit on because they don't understand the process, but they do believe faces they trust. Oh, and even if that happened, well, all the rules on the voting machines are voluntary. Oh, you believed it's a percentage to take away percentages of a percentage to do a favor of a percentage of a percentage. That's what happened. Prove it. Show me the ballot. Show me where the ballot came in. Show me where it was scanned in the system. Show me where it dropped into the election management file. Show me the pre-image. Show me the post-image. Show me where just before it got to the county certification, they removed some numbers to make it what it wants. And then show me how the county certified and the state certified. Show me. See, that's what you have to do in a court of law. Now you understand why 64 out of 64 cases got booted and why everything followed that lie. It's the machines. I was on a call. They said they were going to do it. Let me get this straight. You're going to pull a fucking coup, for the United States of America in 2020. You have planned all of this out. You are going to overthrow the United States government. And the way you're going to do it is plan it on a Zoom call that anybody can get in and listen to? Or was that done for shitting in your cranium, crapping in your cranium? So you'd run this way and you'd neglect looking at exactly what up. Oh, by the way, which formula did they use? The 6th degree? The fractal pterodactyl? Oh, okay, there was a formula used. Show me the ballot. Show me the ballot. Show me where it went in. Show me what it looked like when it came in. Show me what it looked like after the fact. Show me where it dropped in the EMS file. Show me that it was certified by the county. Show me that it was certified by the state, because that's the crime. You get it? Now, the reason I'm doing this, and I'm gonna break these down multiple shows. This is what we did in the Arizona audit. It proves federal racketeering of the most egregious amount. Everything I've told you that has to be proven, we have over and over again, and can name names. This is why they worked so hard on the left and the right to make sure you didn't get it. Oh, by the way, but there was 0.75% of a vote. Show me. It's just a simple question. Show me. See, that's the point, folks. The system knows everybody's going to look at numbers and at public information. Everybody can do it. That's the guise of you thinking it's true information. But I saw it change on TV. Did you see it change in the ballots? Did you see it get certified? See, that's the issue, folks. This is why, from top to bottoms, they have avoided the facts, and they gave you squirrels to chase. That is why the system fights so hard for many things to not reveal truly what the audit found. And they have tried to financially break us for 1,600 days. We thought it was just going to be a simple audit. We do what we do. Here it is. We've learned so much more. No, it's not just a simple audit. It's not just a simple audit. People actually come to you and say, well, we looked at 2014 census data, and I looked at the numbers from the public files of one county, and when I look at that, what I learned in COVID or whatever, I see it's a 6-degree polynomial, and here it is. Who's ever told you, check my work? We've got 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats. We've got 208 million evidence proof files. We did 58 billion forensic measurements alone, which required 2 trillion individual based computations. And by the way, it's all in perfect chain of custody and can be repeated, tested, verified, cross-verified, and none of it's created by us, because it's just the numbers the county said was right, They said, these are the ballots, so let's just look at the ballots and what do they tell us? And by the way, there's no theory in there. It either is or it isn't. And think about what you've been told. Now you're hearing President Trump working the politics machine where we know it's the mail-in ballots. You finally got over the PCAP stuff because in court, they were proven in a court of law, well, they didn't really exist. We didn't really have them. But they're meanies. It's all been a con, folks. But the system works to break us. They hope by all of this time waiting, even though we did the work, they never contemplated that we would 100% stay in audit mode. See, we're still in audit mode 1,600 days later. And I, right now, can do 5 or more programs to find even more that we now happens. But see, we stayed in audit mode and a perfect chain of custody and haven't closed the books. And they hope to break us. So yeah, we got a contract for $210,000 and spent $3 million doing it and still haven't closed the books. Why? Because we're here to get it fixed. The system wants to break us. This is where we need you. It's been a long haul. We're now to where everybody's looking at the right information, the right way, understanding it. And because we're in audit mode, as long as we're in audit mode, it's valid for court. As long as we're in audit mode. Okay? But how do we know that the politicians didn't pay attention? Because every video file we sent them to say, here's the evidence, here's what it looks like, here's the numbers, pings us back to let us know it was opened and watched. Never happened. Everything was sent out, certified return mail receipt overnight. We could see they were received. Politicians, I didn't get it. We came to do a job and to do a job right. We can't do that job without all of you. And what the system is trying to wait out is this evidence. That is why you see now that you've seen President Trump really understanding what it is, understanding legally what it can do, and talking about the mail-in ballots, and all the people that said, oh, it's the machines. Now they say, well, it's the machines and the mail-in ballots. Really, we focus on the mail-in. They're all pivoting, but they all have a new formula, a new thing. Oh, it's Serbia. We're in a war, folks. It's the best work my team and myself have done in our entire life. Think about how many people have attacked that. Think about people that said, oh, that thing about them using multiple types of paper to print ballots, that's just not true. I heard that when I went to the AG office. Somebody inside the audit said, well, that's not true. I can show you 1,000 people that touch those papers that say all the same things. 2,000 people gave weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of their time to get this done. And then you see all the transactional data from it. That's what the system must ignore. We can't let it fade. But this has pushed us to our limits. This has pushed us to our limits. And this is where we need you. This is where we need you to save the evidence from 2020. That's the way it works. We're here to win. I'm going to, even as hard as it seems, I'm going to teach you how to win. But you got to throw everything you think is right out. You got to throw everything that's been crapped in your cranium. And you've got to understand the procedures. We're the only ones in the world that have it, can prove it. It's in perfect chain of custody. We still have it. It's important to history, and we need your help. Please, please make sure the evidence survives.
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies file 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "It's the machines," or "The machines changed the votes," or "The voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pull the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
Hey, folks, welcome to the program. This is part 2. I did part 1 called Prosecutable Criminal Evidence in Elections. This is part 2. Let me tell you why I'm doing this. Many people are, befuddled, upset, angered at why have there been no convictions regarding all of the nefarious things that we saw happen or we were told happen with the 2020 election, because we all know that the 2020 election went upside down. By the way, will you do me a favor and will you please share this program right now? Share it across all platforms. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bridge the education gap so you can understand what's going on. And I'm telling you, if it's just like the first one or subsequent ones that will come, you're going to be pissed off when I show you things. But my job is to make you the smartest patriot in the room. Here's the deal. You do understand that deep state, left, CIA, or whatever, part of deception is getting people to look away, to look at the wrong things, to, well, swap their beliefs with a belief system that will never get these things fixed. I personally believe that is what has happened. I personally believe a lot of things that happened regarding the 2020 election were planned and orchestrated. Let me just use this general rule of thumb. I want you to think about it for a moment. If all of the nefarious powers that be, deep state, CIA, or whatever, were going to attempt to overthrow our country and get control of everything, do you think they would leave any stone unturned? Just a question. Do you think it would be a quick operation, in and out, just do one thing? Or do you think it would be a very long-term strategic play and that they would have covered all of their bases? Now, if you're logical and linear in your thinking, you will understand that if you too wanted to overthrow a country, you don't just go in guns blazing. Many times you go in cheating, stealing, seducing, and very quietly. Now, you must think about this when you have good sides and bad sides, and good and evil, everything else. If you really want to win the fight and you want to take over a country, do you just rig an election? Think about that for a moment. You've got a country worth hundreds of trillions, let's say $400 trillion. And even if you could just control the people and you get a little bitty percentage override of that, you understand how much money that is, right? Now, put this into context. The country you want to take over is the most armed country in the world. The most armed country in the world. The most mobile country in the world. The most socially addicted, tied into information country in the world. And the most media and celebrity driven country in the world. So you do that by just going in guns blazing and you just rig an election? No. You know it and I know it. And so sometimes you have to kind of put your crime hat on. And you have to understand CIA or deep state, whatever you want to call it, part of what the deep state is means they're deeply embedded, deeply hidden, and hard to recognize. They're not going to walk around with a red star on their head or something like that, or, hey, t-shirt, I'm deep state. That's not how it works. It's very subtle, and they infiltrate, and they take over. But the number one battle they fight for, and the number one battle they don't want to have, kind of go together. See, if they don't want to have an armed confrontation with the most armed country in the world, then you have to conquer people's minds. I've always told you the battlefield is exactly a half inch right there, getting through your forehead to your brain. And so that's why I'm doing this series, because you need to understand it is literally us against the system. There is no left. There is no right. There's only overlords who move us around like pawns. So in doing the series, I hope to help you understand, not only from a legal standpoint, some of the things that you have to look at, but also understand when you get this, when you understand what was done, you're going to get a more appropriate picture of who the real bad guys are. And it's not going to be the people you think it is. Because, see, this was a war of disinformation. This was a war of the mind. And that's why we're going to cover in this series. This is part 2. Already did part 1, right? In this series, we're going to talk about what is prosecutable criminal evidence. Prosecutable criminal evidence. Now, this is exceptionally key because one of the things I'm going to do is to take you through how all of this works and what you need to know. And sometimes people don't even understand some of how the basic things of this work, right? Let me read this to you. Expert testimony is only allowed if it's based on, now pay attention, reliable, duplicatable methodology applied to actual evidence. One more time. Expert testimony is only allowed if it is based on reliable, testable, or repeatable methodologies applied to actual evidence. Now, that means in a court of law, if you want anything to be done, anything to be adjudicated, anything to be prosecuted, you have to understand the rules of engagement. Now, anything that you're going to present in court is going to require that it's testable, objective, repeatable, reliable. Those are the facts. Now, why am I even doing this? And I'm just going to kind of give you a recap just so you understand. When all of this broke out in 2020, look, we knew something was coming when they stopped counting. Of course, it was pandemic year. But there were 64 lawsuits filed on whether it be President Trump and team themselves or on behalf of President Trump or fighting for President Trump, 64 major lawsuits filed. Out of those 64 lawsuits, 20 basically were dismissed before there was any kind of hearing in the courts at all. At all. No standing, BS kind of stuff. Now, you also have to understand the standing issue. We have state elections that have federal components. We don't have federal elections that have state components. And so many attorneys did a leapfrog trying to get it right to the federal level as quick as they could, because you got to go through the process, state, federal, Supreme Court. Major flaw. But another thing in those cases is all of those cases predominantly mimicked things that were going on at the time. The machines changed the vote. It's the machines. One of the election company executives says, don't worry about Trump. We got it fixed. Don't worry about it. They all carried things in them that were going on in the media at the time. They were all seeded with that. Now, what that did is those 20 immediately went away. The next 30 lawsuits did get some measure of court appearance or hearing or what with them. All of them. 100% of them got booted because they couldn't meet the merits standard on their merits. This is wrong. This is not factual. This is conjecture. This is opinion. This is theory. It's not based on facts. And then the remaining 14 lawsuits were just basically Trump team and whoever decided we're not going to get anywhere with this. And so what I'm doing is I'm unpacking this for you to help you understand what is most important about evidence. Now, I do this from the standpoint of having planned and conducted, right, the Maricopa County full forensic audit. It's the first time it's ever been done in history, ever. Now, you probably watched that audit occur. We put it up where you could watch it. You could watch everything. It's been, 1,500 plus days since then, 4.4 years since then. But what you watched happen in that scenario was the first time it has ever happened in an election. Remember, Maricopa County is the fourth largest county in the United States of America. It represents the second largest voting block of voters in America. It's a big deal. It is, its elections are larger than most states. And most people don't know that. And so we're talking, it's a big deal. Now, in that audit, when you look at the 2 million plus ballots, here's what we did. We processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats. Those forensics generated 208 million individual proof files, evidence files. We did a little over 58 billion forensic measurements, which resulted, right, and came to head with over 2 trillion individual base computations to even figure out what went wrong. Now, that's a lot of data. That's a lot of information. So everything I'm coming to you with is to help you understand evidence, forensic evidence, and what's needed for evidence. So first, let's go here. I give you examples. I just walk you through it. I give you examples, and then we talk about the rule of law, but more importantly, the rule of evidence. Because I know everybody's fed up. Why don't we have these rat bastards in jail, right? Why don't we have that? Okay, let's start here. Do you remember this image? Look at it very carefully. Do you remember this image? Now, when you look at this particular image, which I'm going to show you in video form, okay? You're going to have to accept what's called the burden of proof legal standard, right? Both in civil and criminal law, the side making the claim, which is us, carries the burden of proof. We are saying this is wrong. Us have the burden of proof. For, criminal trials, prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? So these are two different things. Now, what it has to do is it has to be reliable and verifiable. Physical evidence that are allowed, fingerprints, DNA, documents, video, weapons, etc., can be examined and then by experts, tested scientifically, and then cross-examined in court. Remember that, examined by experts, tested scientifically, cross-examined in court. Theories and opinions are not allowed. And in order to do this, it has to be a reliable, dependable, repeatable methodology applied to actual evidence. That is how it works. That is how it works. Okay? Courts allow interpretations only after the evidence is presented. That's the key. You don't go and say, this is what I think happened, but it's based on your own personal opinion, your own personal formula. It's, here's the evidence. We've looked at the evidence, analyzed the evidence. Here is our opinion about it. That's what we did in Arizona. Okay, so we're going to get started with number 2. I'm going to start off with one that's going to piss you off. Let's start here.
This is inside the TCF Center. Now, the local media...
Joe Hoff of the Gateway Pundit. This is a video he put out.
This is inside the TCF Center. Now, the local media said that this never happened. Hattie actually called me on November 4th. She was inside the TCF, and she said, Jim, you won't believe it. I just heard that a van dropped off boxes of ballots in the middle of the night, and she was working inside the TCF that morning. So we put in a request to get this video. It took months, and we got this at Gateway Pundit. We put this up on on our site. We tweeted about it, and that's when we lost our Twitter account, by the way, by putting up this video. There's a lead car, an escort car that comes in. You can see here. Each time he adds something to the people inside, and then this van drives in, and they actually came in twice. Now, we had local media, one of the top reporters there, I'm not going to mention his name, he said that this never happened. He was there all night. There was no fraud. Nothing happened. So now we have the video of that.
Okay. Put your emotions, your personal feelings aside. Be willing to have the standard of, you're the jury, you've got to decide, is this the law being broke? Is this a crime? So that's the thing. We're talking about prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. Now put this in chat. Was this evidence of a crime? And Kelsey, sorry for your loss, right? At least your mom's not suffering anymore. I know you have to deal with this. We're all here for you. Is this a crime? All I want to know is, what did you see a crime? Did you see a crime? Yes or no? Did you see a crime? Be honest. Now, you know I'm kind of unpacking these things, right? But I want to know where you stood before I showed you what it was, or where you stood when it came out. Did you think that was a crime? Did you think you witnessed a crime? Because remember, we're trying to stop this. And we're trying to make sure that we have prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. I'm going to let you watch it one more time. The thing in question is these late night ballot drops. Okay? Watch the video as it occurs, and then let's unpack it.
This is inside the TCF Center. Now, the local media said that this never happened. Hattie actually called me on November 4th. She was inside the TCF, and she said, Jim, you won't believe it. I just heard that a van dropped off boxes of ballots in the middle of the night, and she was working inside the TCF that morning. So we put in a request to get this video. It took months, and we got this at Gateway Pundit. We put this up on on our site. We tweeted about it, and that's when we lost our Twitter account, by the way, by putting up this video. There's a lead car, an escort car that comes in. You can see here. Each time he adds something to the people inside, and then this van drives in, and they actually came in twice. Now, we had local media, one of the top reporters there, I'm not going to mention his name, he said that this never happened. He was there all night. There was no fraud. Nothing happened. So now we have the video of that.
Okay. I want you to put in chat what you saw. Two things. This is your exercise. And you might want to write this down and pencil, paper too. Okay. Put in chat. Pay attention, folks. Okay. Because if you don't know how they do it to you, you can't fight against it. Put in chat. What did you see? Where was it? What did you see? Where was it? Now, I know many of you are saying, and we'll deal with this, don't let me forget it. Some are saying, look, the election was over at midnight. And so it should be a crime of military ballots. While you're putting in chat, what did you see and where is it? Let me address that one, okay? Okay. Number one. What does the election over mean? The election was over at 8 p.m. What does the election being over mean?
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
What does the election being over mean? Put it in chat. Again, folks, go through the drill. Learn. You know, I'm like anyone else. I'm tired of us getting our ass kicked. And unless we adopt standards, because this is going to happen again, folks, it's coming. All we're going to do is get our ass kicked. Okay? When was the election over? Now, most people think no more ballots should come in. That's wrong. See, the definition of an election being over only means the polls are closed. Here you go. People are getting it. It means no more ballots cast. Doesn't mean no more voting. It means no more ballots cast. All that the end of the election being 8 p.m., all it means, right? All it means is no more votes cast. Now, there is a technicality. If 8 p.m. comes and there's people in line, they don't say, sorry, we can't accept your vote. That's not how it works. Now, see, everybody's saying, well, if the poll closes at 8 p.m., there shouldn't be any more votes. That's not how it is. That's not the rule of law. So the close of election, folks, first off, only means, right? No more original cast votes. So I asked you in the video, what did you see? And by the way, casting a ballot and the votes counting are two different things. In fact, your legal right is to cast a ballot. That's the right you have. The right to cast a ballot. Only one state actually has in their laws, you have the right to cast a ballot and for that ballot to be counted. Interesting. So here's what I asked you. I asked you in the video, what did you see? And the answer was ballot boxes being delivered after hours at the TCF Center in downtown Detroit. Okay? I'm going to let you watch it again. Tell me what you see.
This is inside the TCF Center. Now, the local media said that this never happened. Hattie actually called me on November 4th. She was inside the TCF, and she said Jim, you won't believe it. I just heard that a van dropped off boxes of ballots in the middle of the night, and she was working inside the TCF that morning. So we put in a request to get this video. It took months, and we got this at Gateway Pundit. We put this up on on our site. We tweeted about it, and that's when we lost our Twitter account, by the way, by putting up this video. There's a lead car, an escort car that comes in. You can see here. Each time he adds something to the people inside, and then this van drives in, and they actually came in twice. Now, we had local media, one of the top reporters there, I'm not going to mention his name. He said that this never happened. He was there all night. There was no fraud. Nothing happened. So now we have the video of that.
Okay. What did you see? Now, most people would say we saw ballot boxes being delivered after hours at the TCF Center in downtown Detroit. Is that what you saw? You saw ballots being dropped off that were already filled out but not counted? What'd you see? Or did you see two transactions, a large delivery and a second vehicle taking something? What did you actually see? Well, the reality, you saw people, two transactions, and a second vehicle taking something. That is literally what you saw. Now, see, we're doing this by the standards of court. By the standards of court. I want you, now this is very important for you to learn how to get and win cases, but also how all of us got to get our shit together. Did you witness anything illegal in that video? Put it yes or no. Yes or no. Did you see anything illegal? Yes or no? No, you didn't. Not a thing. Is there anything illegal that went on in that video? Literally, even if it's ballots, did you see anything illegal? Folks, we're trying to win. I'm trying to get you up to par. Did you see anything illegal in that video? Nothing illegal. Nothing illegal. How many ballots did you see? Can you estimate how many ballots you saw? Can you estimate how many ballots you saw? Put it in chat. You're right, you can't, because you didn't see a single ballot. I'm going to play it back. And I want you to tell me about what time code, right, and to play. Watch your clock and everything. Tell me where you saw the ballots. Get ready. Here we go.
This is inside the TCF Center.
Okay.
Now,
are we seeing ballots
media,
here? No.
Said that,
did we see ballots here with the white van pulling up?
On November 4th,
no.
She was inside the TCF, and
did we see ballots there looking in the van?
That a van dropped off boxes of ballots in the middle of the night. And
are you there? Is that the ballots?
That morning. So we put in a request to get this.
How many ballots did you see? Not a one. Not a one. Remember, I am putting you in the seat by law. By law. When I ask people to tell me what they saw, most people wrote what they heard. I didn't ask you, what did you hear? I didn't ask you, what did you hear? We're in a court of law. I asked you, what did you see?
This is inside the TCF Center. Now, the local...
Ready? I'm going to play the video again. I want you to show me the address identification of the location that you could, in a court of law, beyond a shadow of a doubt, say this is the TCF Center. Here we go.
This is inside the TCF Center. Now, the local media said that this never happened. Hattie actually called me on November 4th. She was inside the TCF, and she said, Jim, you won't believe it. I just heard that a van dropped off boxes of ballots in the middle of the night, and she was working inside the TCF that morning.
Okay, so let's look at that. This video is supposed to be evidence. They fought for months and they got it. But if you actually look at it in a court of law, did he experience it? No. Is he the witness of the event? No. What allows him to label that? He heard from someone who was at the place the following morning that ballots were delivered late at night. What you saw was something being taken out of a van, looks like parking or underground parking, taking inside. That's what you saw. That is all you saw. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there that says they're ballots. Now, I'll do this. Somebody said they should have transparent boxes. Okay? Get ready. Get ready. I'm going to play it again. Let's all play like the boxes are 100% transparent and you can see right in them. Tell me what you see.
This is inside the TCF Center. Now, the local media said that this never happened. Hattie actually called me on November 4th. She was inside the TCF, and she said, Jim, you won't believe it. I just heard that a van dropped off boxes of ballots in the middle of the night, and she was working inside the TCF that morning. So we put in a request to get this video. It took months, and we got this at Gateway Pundit. We put this up on on our site. We tweeted about it, and that's when we lost our Twitter account, by the way, by putting up this video. There's a lead car, an escort car that comes in. You can see here. Each time he hands something to the people inside, and then this van drives in, and they actually came in twice. Now, we had local media, one of the top reporters there, I'm not going to mention his name, he said that this never happened. He was there all night. There was no fraud. Nothing happened. So now we have the video of that.
Ready? Even if those boxes were transparent, we're doing this by a court of law. What would you see? Put it in chat. And I want you to understand, what would you see? And you're right. A person walking towards a murder scene doesn't prove they know or they committed the murder. So let me just break this down for you. Even if those boxes were transparent, in a court of law, all you could say is, I saw something in it. Even if you got a close look, you would say, I saw ballot packets. Because see, here's the real deal. With those being the ballot packets, which you assume have a ballot and a return envelope inside one case, or it's a return security envelope, which you can't see through, it should have a ballot inside. But did you see ballots being delivered. See, you didn't. You did not.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
But did you see ballots being delivered? See, you didn't. You did not. This is where we lose. And this is part of what happened. Now, I want to let you know, I believe it's all bullshit. But see, we're not talking about what we believe. What we're talking about is how do we present and get prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. And the bottom line, in the eyes of the court, you were told what to believe. Now, by rule of law, if in fact they have a sign in and sign out somewhere with security, now you got a piece of paper that can confirm the delivery. You got video. Do you have the delivery sheets? You saw what I'm saying? The court only operates off of irrefutable proof. Now, this is why I have to get you to understand this, because the reason we lost is because the courts must have evidence. There is a hard evidence rule law. And evidence is testable, objective, repeatable, and reliable. Theories and opinions can help explain evidence, but they cannot replace it. Now, this is how the law is set up to protect truth-seeking and the rights of the accused. That's the bottom line. That is what all of this is about. If you were intellectually honest, you got told what that was, which is going to lead me to the second one, but I'll show you, okay? Again, I'm doing this in bite-sized pieces so you can unpack this, you can get your brain around it, and we can be better at what we have to be better at, because it's going to happen again. It's coming in midterms 26. It's coming. Okay? And we cannot let the same mistakes happen. And by the way, the court of public opinion is totally different than the law. But I find it curious how many different things came into the public opinion realm that completely changed the way you think objectively. I'll get to that in a minute. Let me show you another example, okay? Again, the world saw and the world knows. Okay? Now, you see that little F chart where the blue line goes up? So they're showing this one vehicle coming in at 3 a.m, and then they're showing by a few hours later, you see that huge spike. Let me ask you a question. Are you looking at a crime? Yes or no? Are you looking at evidence of a crime? And you're right. The judges have to follow rule of law, even when they may think the same as the witness. And yes, if you want people to learn, repost this. Look at this. You saw that little chart with the line going up. Okay. You saw a delivery van. You saw the F chart. All kinds of people you never heard of in your life instantly became experts on these charts. Did you see a crime? No, this is theory that somebody released as a meme. I want you to be honest. I want you to be honest. Now, here's what you can verify. Ready? You can actually verify in a court of law that that video was in fact provided by the TCF Center. Can you or can you not? Yes, you can, because there would be a FOIA request, right? So you can at least validate it's them saying it came from the TCF Center. You could look at data, right, and see that sharp spark. Okay, ready? At what time they must counted all ballots? Put it in chat. At what time must they count all ballots? Put it in chat. I'm going to wait for you. I'm going to pull something up. Okay. At what time, right? At what time must, or here it is. I think I found one. Hang on. Here you go. I'm going to use this. Yeah, I can. Good. Okay. There is no time. You know how they know when the ballots are done counting? When they report they have counted the last ballot. Now, everybody showed you, and I'm going to show you this. Let me get my screen. And you have to, we're basically covering rule of law, folks. We're basically covering why did we get our asses handed to us. Okay, so let me get this up. See that line right there? Okay. Now here's the question. Let's say that spike in the blue line occurred within relative time frame of the delivery of whatever it was. So here's the question. Does this, now that you see this, and now you match it with a delivery, okay? And you match it with a delivery, just like this does. Did you see a crime? Very simple question. When you see that spike, okay? Did you see a crime? Please be honest. Yes or no. Don't get disheartened by this. Get educated by this. Get educated by this. You should be asking why people were putting out videos of a van telling you that was ballots because they said someone called them to tell them what it was because someone else called that person. So that person called this person called that person made a video. Now, is this a crime? Is it even against logic? Different question. Does this even defy logic? Here it is, even bigger on the screen. Oops. Does this even defy logic? Be honest. Does this defy logic? Well, see, everybody says, yes, whatever, can be, whatever. But here's the question. When do they stop counting ballots? When the last ballot is counted. Now, here's another thing that people didn't pay attention to. What votes, predominantly based on historical evidence, do they count first on Election Day?
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
What votes historically, provable by data, over decades, do they count first? The day of vote. The people that came in to vote on Election Day. Ballots cast the day of Election Day. What is run in after they count Election Day? Anything that was an election. So now I'll go back to the screen. You understand that what this is not an insertion of votes, etc. This is when the tally cards get run in because they're counting Election Day first, which is the arc. And then the last thing they count is the injection of the mail-in ballots. And so what you're actually seeing here is when the mail-in ballots dropped to the EMS, the election management system. So that's the next question. Is that chart, which you were told by all kinds of people, that's a crime, that's a crime, that's a crime, that's a crime. Okay? When you understand how ballots are counted and they count the mail-in last, right? You can and will get spikes like that. But we're asking by a court of law, is that a crime? Is that line evidence of a crime? Is that exaggeration on the line, when you see it, is that evidence of a crime? Because, see, we need to get these rat bastards put in jail. Is that evidence of a crime? Is that evidence of a machine inserting a vote? It actually is. Now, you didn't witness crime in that. See, you were told, look at all these phony votes they inserted. If I blow this up, okay, we're going to go way up in this sucker. Okay? We're just going to deal with that little bent line. Dang it. Let's see if I can get any bigger. See that little line? On that straight line, how many of those votes were legal? How many of those votes were illegal? When you look at that line, how many of those votes were legal? How many of those votes were illegal? If you answer honestly, you have no freaking idea. At all. You have no idea. So what is this chart actually? Is it evidence of a crime? Or is it basically a recreation of the time stamping of when ballots made it to the tally? That's it. So you get, that's it. What you're seeing here is when ballots were tallied. That's all this is. Now, what you don't know is the status of the ballots. You don't. Now, put a pause in that for a moment. As we went through the drill with the video, and I've got more for you, as we went through the drill in the video, you were told they were ballots. You were told it was the TCF center. The person who told you was not the witness. The person who told you was not the witness. The person who told the person who told him, who told that guy, we don't know if they heard it, saw it, witnessed it, or whatever. And by the way, in a court of law, more than likely what those were ballot packets, because you don't really know if a ballot's inside. Now, why is that? Well, see, the ballot packet, there's two. There's the outgoing packet, which is the outside envelope, the ballot, maybe an instruction sheet, and the return security card. That's the ballot packet. This is what they nailed Carrie Lake on. Well, you went and picked up stuff outside of the boxes while everybody was inside. You picked up ballots and you took them away. No, we didn't pick up ballots and take them away. And you see all this court testimony. People saw you go to that box and you took ballots out of it and you took them out. Why do you have to do that? They said, we did not take any ballots out. When you finally got around to it, they said, we took ballot packets, which is actually legally correct. It's the same thing when Dominion says we do not manufacture machines that connect to the internet. Is Dominion executive telling the truth? Yes, because they don't manufacture machines. They're a software company. And so, see, when Richter in Arizona said, we didn't pick up ballots, we picked up ballot packets, he's actually telling the truth. See, because until they reopen that envelope, they don't know if a ballot's in there. That's why words matter. But if we go back to this chart, where'd you get your words? Let's go back to this chart. Who told you this was evidence of fraud? Think about it. Who told you that was evidence of fraud and that was fraudulent ballots being stuck in the system? people you never heard of that all of a sudden rose to fame, and somehow they got involved in audits. And they were either furry animals or bow ties, but they told you it was all pillow talk. That's crime. Does a court of law look at that and say, holy shit, you caught the bad guys? It's an honest question. You got to pay attention. I got a thumbs down. You don't have to agree with me. You may totally gobble the gravy that that's a crime. But see, that's not what I'm doing. We're talking about being in court. We're talking about having prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. We're going through this drill for a reason. Where did you learn this was a crime? See, you too have to go backwards in time. The court does not see this as a crime. This is no proof. Zero. In 100% legal description, this is a plotted timestamp of when ballots went into the system. That's it. That's how the court treats it. Now, we went back to the beginning. I told you 20 cases were almost immediately dismissed. Almost all of them showed this kind of stuff. Why would a court dismiss it? Why would a court dismiss it? The Arizona audit is the only bit of election evidence, most important in history, that shows every single transaction all the way through it that produces a prosecutable evidence trail. That's the deal. That's the deal. The reality is, this chart is another one of the things you were told crime. This chart, just like those videos that got circulated, went into all of these cases. But this chart proves one thing, and it's not even circumstantial. This chart does prove something. It proves the approximate time and date they inserted them into the election management system. That's it. That is the only proof there is in that chart. Period. Period. Now, my point is here, when I recapped all of the cases, 64 of them all gone, right? And anyone can make a chart. The difference is the court requires you cannot espouse a theory until you have looked at the actual evidence. Remember that. There are rules. I'm going to read the rules to you again. I just want you to be intellectually honest, okay? Here is the question. Are you looking at evidence or an interpretation? Are you looking at evidence or an interpretation? What are you looking at when you see this? Is this proof of fraud, or in reality, it is a timestamp charting of when votes dropped into the election management system? But is it evidence of fraud?
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies filed 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "it's the machines," or "the machines changed the votes," or "the voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or six-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pull the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archive secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
Do you understand the difference between interpretation and theory versus evidence? Now, in the court's eyes, you are required by law to present the evidence. And then once you have presented the evidence, only then, hang on one second. I've lost myself here. Who told you that was evidence of fraud? Some podcaster. That's it. And then the supposed charter of that basically rose to fame as an election guy. But is that a crime? Here's a good example. Your fingerprints could be on the gun used in a crime, but that doesn't prove you did the crime. Now you're getting to the point. See, we have to unpack this because this is going to happen again. It's happening in the midterms. And I want you to understand it in intimate detail. But just the two I showed you, and I'm only going to show you one more, just the two I showed you, that chart and that video, you were 100% told what to think about it. That chart and that video, you were 100% told what to think about it. Therefore, your belief systems were modified. Your belief systems were not modified by evidence. Your belief systems weren't modified by fact. For the 2020 election and all of that stuff, just like the mainstream media did to us, folks, you were told what to believe about that video and about that chart. You were told what to believe. Where if you could take all your emotions back and just sit there, right? And you had to describe what you saw, it probably wouldn't be the same. And yeah, you're probably having a very hard time trying to figure out who to believe. Now, let me put a pin in that for a moment. When I'm talking to you about elections, I'm talking to you as the only person in American history to physically look at 2 million general election ballots. The first person in history to organize, do, execute, and create a full forensic audit of an election, any election. And it just happened to be the 4th largest county in the United States of America, the 2nd largest voting group in the United States of America, and it happened to be this election. So what I am telling you is everything that is the result of a full forensic audit. I only audit what is. What is. And once you figure out what it is, then you can make an interpretation. But here's the question. If you honestly ask yourself, where did my belief system come from? You were given that by media somewhere. Your belief system about elections, about what that chart was, about what that video was given to you by media. But see, remember back in 2020, you even thought Fox was great, predominantly. Is that now? All of our belief systems of what happened in 2020 were put in our head by the media. We were spoon-fed bullshit. Now, it's very interesting that all of that bullshit supported one mantra. What was that mantra? It's the machines. It even went as far, so you would really believe it was the machines, they handed you one of the executives from the voting company who is responsible for the security of those machines, supposedly saying, don't worry, we made sure Trump won't win. Now, how convenient is that? Do you think a system in a coup, I just want to ask you a question. Do you think a system that is a coup going to take over the most important nation in the world would be so stupid that the key guy that was going to orchestrate it and do it would actually jump on a Zoom call and brag about it? Just an honest question. I even told you, I started telling you years ago, Soros is not the bad guy. He's just the person that agreed, I'll let people hate me as long as the money's good. And then you find out after Doge that all that money he was investing in these countries came from us as taxpayers. Our government gave him the money. He turned around and used that money against us. So again, when I said at the beginning, all I'm giving you is when it literally comes to court, you have to have prosecutable criminal evidence in elections. Everything you think you know or bought from elections, sans me, comes from a group of people who told you what to think. They didn't show you what to think. They told you what to think. Now, here's what I find interesting. All of these theories broke at the same time. If we were investigating it, isn't it interesting that all the theories came about at the same time? It's rigged by the voting machine company software executives. Look at that spike. Oh, they're delivering ballots. That F means inserted fraud. Now, let me show you the last one we're going to cover. Okay? Ready? You probably saw this. Do you remember this? What were you told? And put honestly. What were you told about this event? At the same time, when everybody with the 17th letter of the alphabet saying, don't worry, it's all sting operation, we're good. We're 4.4 years past that. Who got arrested? Who got guillotined? Who got whatever? Okay, what were you told about this? You were told this was vote flipping. You were told this was fraud. You were told they changed the votes and you saw it live on TV. Right? That's what you were told. It's the machines. See, here's the difference. You're right. Things look different in a courtroom. This proves that they took the vote. They swapped that.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
This proves that they took the vote. They swapped that. Okay. And the January 6ers got arrested. You have to understand all of this has been psychological warfare to keep you from seeing the actual paper-based, which the court requires, prosecutable evidence. While everybody got smothered by a pillow and you were told what to believe, only one thing found out what it was. Now, here's the other kicker. Ready? Does this depend on the judge? Put it in chat. Does this depend on the judge? before I show the TV stuff. Answer it honestly. Does all of this depend on the judge? Some say no, some say yes. I'm telling you, it depends on the law. And if you make the mistake in your filing saying, we have proof the votes were changed, here's our proof. What did you just allow the judge to do? Ready? If you came into court with something like this and said, here's our proof, they changed the votes. What did you give the judge in this case the ability to do? Dismiss it as bullshit. Now, I want you to go back. How much of this bullshittyism came to us, the courtesy of people that came out of nowhere, told us what to believe. Lawyers didn't know, right? But they did it. See, when you give judges leeways to say that evidence isn't valid, you're opening the door for them to throw it out. This was a psychological operation, never happened in history before until this election. This was crapping in your cranium. And everybody took this as gospel. Let me show you some of the videos that were put out. First, here, I'll give you a simple test. Ready? I'm going to play a video. It's 16 seconds long. Tell me if you see fraud. Ready? Gravelli says, so all those ballots votes are counted after the certification by Arizona were then validated. This person said, still waiting for Jovan's forensic analysis to be validated. There's somebody who doesn't understand forensic analysis. When we showed you, and I'll get you a picture so you have it, guys, because this is a good point. Hang on one second. When we showed you, where was it? Damn it. Hang on. Crap. I'm in the wrong segment. Hang on. I got to drop down. I got to drop up. Sorry. Okay, get ready. Somebody said, well, we're waiting for Jovan's forensic evidence to be validated. And a lot of people see that chart where it goes irregular. So let me ask you a question. Is that my data? Is that my data? Let me see if I can find you a better one, since somebody wanted to say that's what it was. Let's see. I mean, maybe it's here. Hold on. I'll go here. It's a simple question. Was that my data? No, it was not my data. Whose data was it? Whose data was it? If it wasn't my data, whose data was it? Theirs. Wasn't mine. Wasn't ours. It was Arizona data. Here is what Arizona said happened. It's their data. See, in an audit, you never audit with a theory, you audit what they certified. And in the certification of the data, they ran in all of the ballots for Election Day a month later. You also find out they showed every one of them suspended. Every one of them had Sharpies on them. Every one of them was duplicated and replaced. Every one of them had the timestamp cut off. Every one of them had the machine information cut off. Every one of them were inserted into the system at the same time 30 days later. Oh, by the way, and then they printed one just before we got to the audit. That's evidence. That's evidence. Oh, by the way, on that one day when they did all of that, somehow after 30 days of filling out forms, we did this, we did this, we did this, certified, I took it in, here's how many ballots. On that one day, after everybody did it for 28 days, requiring 5 signatures, every fucking day, they missed it once, but they got how many ballots? On that one day, all of the ones that basically have to sign them in and certify them are missing. Same with the ballot count. That's the chain of evidence. It's not my data. It's their data. See, you've gotten so hardcore to even think that, well, somebody just creates it. No, the created narrative you got sold was other people telling you crap. We only told you binary. This is what happened according to their records. That's it. That's it. Now, do you understand why they don't want you to see that data? Because it's the only one that meets the rules of evidence. That's it. That's it. So you can say what you want, but I guarantee you, you're just repeating what other people said on podcast that were probably paid to say it. And this is why the protection of this data is so freaking important. They want this data to go away. They had no idea that I would continually stay in edit mode. It's been 4.4 years now, so I could keep it in the perfect chain of custody, legally open. I can play that game too, and had to. But they try to break all of us, so we just give up one day holding it, because they know it costs us an ungodly amount to keep it in that state and to keep the audit open. That's why they avoid it. So now let me go back. Remember this stuff? Remember this stuff? This is all about getting a day in court. Will we get our day in court? Yeah, when people literally understand what evidence is. When you turn away from being told what it is and you're shown what it is, when you make the decision, not the courts, when you make the decision. Not even when lawmakers, when you make the decision as the American voter. But see, you were given your belief systems. Now, let's look at the belief systems you were given here. I'll show you one of the videos that was being run. Oh, first off, I asked you a question. Let me go back. Tell me if you see fraud. Simple answer, yes or no. Please keep it simple, yes or no. Ready? Is this, I'm going to play it a few times in a loop. Tell me if you're witnessing fraud. Okay. One person said yes, because it's not what the voter wants.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats. resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now.
One person said yes, because it's not what the voter wants. We're in a court of law. We're in a court of law. What did you witness? Did you witness fraud of any kind? No, you actually witnessed a boo-boo or a glitch. Now, the first thing you need to understand, right? The first thing you need to understand is, ready? The way the touchscreens work is they have, we'll just call it tiny microscopic hairs behind them of circuits. So it senses where your finger is. They kind of correct like a grid. But see, people will get online. It was stealing. It was stealing. It was stealing. It was stealing. That was stealing a vote. It was stealing. It was stealing. Well, I want you to understand, there was no vote there. First off, show me the vote. Show me the vote. See, this is where people don't understand the law, don't understand the rules, and basically let their emotions rule them. And all of this works its way into cases. You didn't see a single vote on there, no matter what. Do you know why? Because it wasn't all the way through the process. And by the way, when it went all the way through the process, when they hit submit, it only goes to an SD card. That's the casting of a vote. That is not voting, the counting of a vote. So the first thing you got to understand is you got to understand the definition, because when you walked in and you voted on a piece of paper, even a piece of paper, and they go over and they scan it in, say, thank you for voting. Did you vote? No, you did not vote. You cast a ballot. Because that system doesn't matter who the hell you are. See, it still has to make its way from that card into the tally machines. Why do you think they do that? Because they have manufactured breaks in this for that very reason. But yet you can watch that video and swear to God, that's vote stealing. They stole the vote. It didn't steal the vote. Did this person record their vote being stolen? What they recorded is the malfunction of a touchscreen. And if you stood there and you pressed Trump and it went Kamala, and you pressed Trump and it went Kamala, and you pressed Trump and it went Kamala, but you said, fuck it, you went to the rest of the ballot and submitted it, you voted for Kamala. You know why? Because you didn't stop it. There was nothing stolen. Because until you get to the end and you press submit, it's nothing. You did it. Next. What you saw was a touch screen error. Was that software designed to change the vote? Was that software designed to change the vote? Oh, maybe it got hacked. Yeah, she pushed, the hacker saw it, he undid it. She pushed, the hacker saw it, she undid it. She pushed, the hacker saw it, they undid it. How long would you do that? A lot of you are saying, well, maybe. Does that work in court? Does that work in court? Does that work in court? Let's play this out. It was a hacker. Okay. Trump. Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden. What do? Do you finally give up and walk away? Do you finally give up and walk away? Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden. Every time you press Trump, right? It says Biden. Do you give up and walk away? How many times you would do it? What would you do? Biden say, fuck it. I'm just going to complete the rest and let it happen. By the way, where you have to confirm at the end, you're ready to do it. It's a calculated touchscreen error. Answer the question honestly. They calculated the touchscreen, right? They calculated the touchscreen to change the vote. Watch again. Ready? No, change it back. No, change it back. Okay, well, let's just walk through this. Ready? And I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this play by play. Okay, get ready. Watch it again. If you think it's software changing the vote. Is that how the software worked? See, if you went through that process, I want you to think about it. Would you just give up? You walked in to vote. Would you just give up? This is about you. Answer the honest questionly. If you had that going on a screen, you'd be fucking pissed. You'd report it. You wouldn't let it happen. Would you give up? And the answer is no. But everybody was told. It's software, it's changing the vote. It's software, it's changing the vote. See it? It's changing the vote. It's software, changing the vote. Did you know this never happened before until the 2020 election en masse? Isn't that interesting? We got mass mail-in ballots, stay away, can't watch, 6 feet distancing. Everybody that's ever possibly been on a voter roll gets a ballot. Stop counting, right? Numbers change on TV. People telling you, look at this. People telling you, look at this. People telling you, look at this. And that was swapping the vote. And it only started in 2020. Why is that? See, when you logically think about it, if that happened to you and you let it happen, well, then damn it, when you got to the end of the screen and clicked submit, you fucking voted for the other person. It's your fault. Do you actually think the system will say, gosh darn it, they'll just give up if we do it 8 times in a row? But let's look at it from a programming standpoint. You tell me it's a program. You tell me it's a program. So let's analyze this from a programming standpoint. Nope, not going to let you vote. 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 Nope, nope, not even with your thumb. Swap hands. Okay, nope, still not going to let you vote. Nope, still not. Oh, okay, we're going to put it there. Nope, we're going to not let you vote. What was the program? 8 no votes to 1 vote, and that 1 vote will be end. And that was the program. Damn, it executed the program. We've got this cool thing we're going to do. They're going to press 8 times and nothing's going to happen. And because of 8 times nothing happened, when they do it the 9th time, we're going to swap the vote. They're going to be so fucking pissed off, they're just going to let it go through. Use linear thinking. Now, get ready. Get ready. By the way, it was a broken screen. It was a broken screen. But see, you're not even understanding why it was done. Why was it done? What's the second right answer that this phenomenon happened across the country in 2020 in coordination with this other stuff when people had phones or whatever, right? What right was, hang on. Why would it? Why would it? See, because if that program was actually written that way, it was a vote rejector, not a vote changer. But let's look for the second right answer. Why did we get the voting company said they rigged it? Look at this chart. They inserted votes. Oh, on TV, we caught them all. Part of it was to get everybody to do what? Focus on the machines. Let me get you to focus on the machines a little more.
Are to be decided, and that would push, and again, if you come at this from a Republican perspective, I did Joe Biden's math to get him up. Donald Trump's leading here. He's leading here. He's leading here. We expect him to win here. That's his. This one's interesting. We expect him to get this, and these normally would be Trump states out here. Alaska. So, again, we're open to being surprised. But if it plays out,
oh my
if it
God,
plays
did you
out in a
catch that?
traditional map,
I got to replay it. Oh my God, he's using a touch screen. Did you see he had to touch the screen multiple times? It rigged even the news program.
are to be decided, and that would push, and again, if you come at this from a Republican perspective, I did Joe Biden's math to get him up. Donald Trump's leading here. He's leading here. He's leading here.
Work
We
there.
expect him to win here.
Work
That's
there.
his. This one's interesting.
Work there.
We expect him to get this.
Work there.
And these normally would be Trump states out here. Alaska.
Didn't work there. Oh, Pets again. Oh, let's ring it again.
We're open to being surprised. But if it plays out in a traditional map, that's where we're going to be. That's where we'll be as we go to the West Coast, somewhere in that ballpark. This is not an exact science, but somewhere in that ballpark, looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe Iowa, and the one more congressional district there. That's the way the map looks right now. That we're going to have that tense, and we'll see.
Oh, but look, I'm going to show you the evil. It's horrible evil. See? It's 666 votes. See, it's evil.
And I think it's important right now to point out that in most cases, historically, the American people didn't know who won the presidency that night. It has taken time to count votes. And that is something that I've seen historians reminding us of going back into election after election. And that's not going to change if and when the president says something different. I mean,
Sure.
It's just not.
And let's remember, this is the sixth presidential race that I've covered. And the first two, 2000, 2004, we did not know who won that night.
There you go.
We did not know. Now, it has
Let's
happened.
hope it's not 36 days.
No, we
but
do.
It could be.
But it could be. We don't know.
Be.
There are lots of write-in and mail-in ballots that are being counted in several states. And just...
Okay. I want you to answer honestly. Did you see the vote change on the screen? We saw those damn programmers infiltrated CNN and made their buttons not work. See, it's a conspiracy. Well, in reality, you were told once again what to see. And yes, did numbers change on TV? In a court of law. Now I'm asking you a question. Did you see the numbers on the screen? And I'm going to show you this. We're going to play like it's real. Did you see the numbers on the screen change? Yes or no? Put the answer in chat. Pay attention to what I'm asking. We're going to play like this is live video, right? We're going to play like it's right timestamp. We're going to play like you're watching it. Look at the two numbers. I asked you a question. Do you see the numbers changed on the screen? Do you see the numbers changed on the screen? Do you see the numbers changed on the screen? Yes or no? You're right, you do. Because what did I ask? Did you see the numbers change on the screen? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. You can see it right there. At one point, the president's up at the top, okay? And you look at his numbers, right? 1,690,589. And then somehow it goes to 1,670,631. Okay. Now here's the question. I'm going to show you some new evidence. I'm cross-examining you. We have all established you saw the numbers change on the screen. Now, I'm the attorney for the bad guys. You're on the stand because you're a witness, because you saw the numbers change on the screen. Get ready. I'm going to show you some new evidence. You're on the witness stand. I am the cross-examining attorney. Please tell me in approximate numbers how many votes changed on the screen. You put it in chat, even if you're going to do the math yourself. I'm cross-examining you as the witness. On this feed, I'm playing it back to you. I want you to tell me how many votes changed on the screen. How many votes changed on the screen? Look closely. How many votes changed on the screen? Bingo. Those are not fucking votes, never will be. I asked you if you saw the numbers change. You said yes. Now, I'm the dick attorney and I'm cross-examining you and I want to know how many fucking votes you saw change on the screen. And that is not votes. You didn't see any votes change. You saw a chyron at the television network and the numbers changed. Do you understand, for the television station to have real-time numbers, they would have to be connected to over 3,000 counties and 175,000 voting precincts? They'd have to get a direct real-time feed. CNN, of all the places in the world, has a direct feed to all 3,300 counties, 175,000 precincts, and we watched them change the votes. No, you didn't. You heard somebody that was an influencer tell you they took votes away from Trump and they gave it to Biden. Once again, you repeated what you were told. Shit, it might have even happened in Serbia. In every example I've shown you today, all you did was repeat what somebody told you. And I'm asking you in a court of law, what is your prosecutable criminal evidence in elections? What you saw was numbers change on a television network's feed. Those are not votes, never have been vote. In fact, it's all dialing for dollars. They get trends and stuff. People enter it into a spreadsheet, and it forms it to what's called Chiron. It's not a direct feed, never has been a direct feed. It was put there for entertainment. Why do you think they say, well, our experts haven't called it yet? Because they don't have the numbers. But you were told by influencers who told you we caught them changing the numbers. And when you think that happens, where do you look? It's the machines. You didn't see a single vote change. You didn't see a single vote swapped. You didn't see 20,000 votes taken from Donald Trump given to Joe Biden. See, here's what I want you to understand. Only one audit used their data, looked at everything, and gave you the real-time numbers from cradle to grave, beginning with the printer all the way to the certification. Even if they changed votes, hypothetical, but even if they changed votes, right? It's all predictions. The screen stuff is all predictions. The screen stuff is all Chiron. It's a predictive model. That's it. What does the word predictive mean? Let's look it up. Relating to or having the effect of predicting an event or a result. Now we're in court. Did you see votes change? Or did you see numbers on a screen change? You saw numbers on a screen change. And if we were trying to prosecute it, you call the people who do the numbers. Do you have a feed into every election machine in the United States of America in every precinct? No. How do you get your data? Well, we got about 3,000 college and high school students that call around these numbers. We kind of have like a hotline. We get feeds and we're entering it into our broadcast, so we can do this special feed, which is our product. We can do this special feed to the networks so they have this entertainment thing that started during JFK because it makes good TV. But is that the vote? No. We're just trying to give you an update of kind of where it is. Now, what did everybody run off with? All of these psychological stuff, everybody ran with. And everybody in these court cases, because we'd never dealt with this before, put it in their damn court cases. Because, see, even the attorneys thought they were trusting the experts. They must be an expert. Saw it on the internet, saw them on TV. What did they make you stay away from? Yeah. See, this is what you have to understand. You can say they changed the votes on election day. You can say that. Or you can say, here is every election day vote that went through all the machines. As an investigator, we should find the ballot, the pre-image, meaning as it went into the machine, the post-image of what the machine accepted, because there could be adjudications in between, and then what dropped to the EMS file, the election management system, what the county certified, what the state certified. But in Maricopa, here's what you have. We have a ballot. We have no image that verifies it even went into the machine. Somehow it disappeared. We have a post image of what they say the ballot should be. Actually was. We don't have a pre, we don't have a post, but the post matches the piece of paper they gave us. We have it in the election management file. The county certified it. The governor certified it. Then it went to the White House to certify. But if you go and do a forensic audit, you find out every election day ballot was compromised by Sharpies. Every election day ballot was technically suspended because of the bleed-throughs. For 28 days, everybody followed the procedure of the 5 signatures required plus the numbers of ballots, except on that very same day. Nobody filled in how many ballots actually came in. And nobody signed they got them. Why would they need that number unknown? Then that was the one drive they delayed for over 4 months. We can see them in the system. They were run in a month later. And then we find out 100% of them were duplicated. They weren't reported as spoiled, but yet they certified them. That's evidence. Period. And it's the only evidence they tried to shut down because it's the evidence that proves it's racketeering on a large scale. And I could tell you even more, but you only know this when you understand how to forensically audit. Now, folks, we've been doing this for 4 years and 4 months. I've got millions of dollars into it. What the system works on is to convince you nothing's there. So they'll give you this shit all day long. All day long. Because, see, they want to avoid it here. But the reality is, this work was monumental. And we have to preserve it. This is what they kept from the courts because it shows it's racketeering. This is what they got, quote unquote, influencers. It's a grab. We saw the numbers on the TV. It was the machines. Where'd they put their money? Trying to convince you it was machines. Trying to convince you the head of the voting company just couldn't help himself and had to say on a big Zoom call to everybody, oh, yeah, we did it. Don't worry about it. Are you kidding? We need your help. We need your help. This has to be maintained in perfect custody, which we have. This has to be preserved not only for history, this has to be preserved for everything that we have to do. This is the only thing where you can actually see what happened and is provable in a court of law. This is how it works. They have stretched this out 4 years, but they never accounted for, screw you, I'm just as tough as you. I will wait it out and keep it in custody. That's the game. They try to break you. They try to break you. If they can't break you with lawsuits, right? They try to break you by ending your career. Why do they stay away from this? Because it allows me, even if they went nuts, to present it as evidence. That's the one thing they can't have, present it as evidence. And that's just why 2,000 people, I'll give you an example. One person who's heralded and, election integrity knows what they're doing, worked at the audit. And basically, when it came down to it, and I'm dealing with the Arizona AG, that lady said there was no additional papers used. That's a lie. They only used one paper. Now put that over here. The paper company told us they used different papers. People that worked in the county told us they used multiple papers. 2,000 plus people in the audit that handled the papers and stuff said there were all kinds of different papers. But yet they promoted one person here that said there was nothing. You have to understand how this works. Folks, we're all in this together. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a liberal. It doesn't matter if you love people with bow ties and you buy a shitload of pillows. That is not what this is about. I don't care about that stuff. What I care about is us saving our country. And there's no way to save the country if you yourself can fall for a psyop and point the opposite direction, which is what happened. Chris, thank you so very much for your contribution. Folks, you got a Gibson go at the bottom. Ready? I do this so you can argue what evidence is. I will remind you, just so you understand, okay? We processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats. Forensics is the legal standard for evidence. That resulted in 208 million individual proof files. We processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in a processing power. What we did is 2 trillion individual base computations. All of this can go away if we can't keep it up, perfect, and chain of custody. That's what they're trying to do, is to break this down. It's all psychological warfare. But when you go to the court and this stuff goes to court, you have to understand, okay? You must understand, based on what's called legal foundation and structure, everything to do with the machines is voluntary. But when it comes to the paper, it's the only thing that shows actually what happened. And in court, both civil and criminal, whoever makes the claim has the burden of proof. When it gets to the criminal part, it's prosecutors that have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Any case, you're required to bring the burden of proof. Here is the list of evidence, ready, in court that they want. They want forensics first. Period. Now, theories and opinions are inherently subjective. So the rule of evidence say it must be relevant, repeatable, and reliable. Only when that is done can it be applied to give any kind of judgment on. It's the difference between evidence and interpretation. Therefore, anything that's done must be testable, objective, repeatable, and reliable. And this is why I'm covering this for you. You have to understand how it works in court. We are going to face this in the midterms. It's coming again. They're going to lame duck President Trump, and then they're going to impeach him, and it's going to be a lot worse this time around. The system didn't give up. The whole system crapped in your cranium because they are terrified of the evidence we have. Share this program. I think I've got 2 more coming. I love you all.
Do you have your copy yet of JovanHuttonPulitzer's bestseller Countdown to Chaos, The Silent Federalizing of Elections? November 3rd, 2020, something happened for the first time in history, and as a result, America became something many of us no longer recognize. But first, this book will make you mad, then sad, and then you are most likely to become pissed off. Anger is good, and feelings are good, if you know how to channel those feelings. This book will help you do that, but do not open this book if you can't handle the truth. If you just want to take the blue pill and stay in the matrix, that is your choice. The book is carefully researched and presented in chronological order. You will be taken on a journey back in time to see how the system and machine was devised, developed, manufactured, and deployed. Once you see it, your eyes will be forever open, and you will never be the same person again. You have been warned. Let's continue. On November 3rd, 2020, the world, your world, changed. The official counting of votes for our general election, specifically the votes being counted for president, was stopped at approximately 10:30 p.m. Red flags went up everywhere. Over the next few days, American voters sensed something was horribly wrong. The events of the month of November 2020 forever changed American history, American media, and social media, all, and were forever harmed, as was American voters' trust and confidence in our elections. As time passed, Joe Biden was sworn in, and America had descended into deep chaos. This book is a deep research dive into the who, what, when, where, why, and how of some critical questions such as, Was this chaos intended or manufactured? What happened in the election when there was such a clear, bold movement for Donald J. Trump? How could someone like Joe Biden, who really did not campaign at all, and when he did there were only a handful of supporters present, ever win the election to become President of the United States of America? One side cried out, "The election was rigged," and the other side shouted out, "You're poor losers," or "There is no such thing as election fraud." Americans became split even further and deeper at a time when we were already split more than ever before in modern times. To determine if there could ever be nefarious activities within American elections, we need to find solid, factual answers to questions which can no longer remain unanswered. Is there even any way to know the outcome of an election before the results are called? In fact, this question needs to be both asked and answered, because if anyone or any country was going to materially change the outcome of an American election, they would have to have some form of reasonable advanced knowledge of how the election was going at any one time. Is there even the remote possibility that bad actors could peek into our elections as they were in process? For the moment, let's say there was a way to see the predata of our elections across the United States. Is there even a way for our voting systems and machines to be compromised? Could votes even be changed after they were cast? Could votes be inserted into our machines? Even if a bad actor wanted to undermine the American elections, how could they ever do it? Would we ever be able to detect such egregious and nefarious violations of the American voting systems? Wouldn't it take thousands of criminals to pull something like that off? How could it even be done when the media tells us there is no such things as election fraud? Why, if so many people and professionals have looked, has no hard evidence ever come to light? You need facts. You'll need answers. Find those answers in Jovan Hutton Pulitzer's bestseller, Countdown to Chaos, The Silent Federalizing of Elections.